Hello, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. My name is Alchemy, and we are going to be making some sounds and doing exactly what I had described in the title, which is goofing off. Hopefully, you all are well and doing okay. I don't really have anything planned today other than maybe just trying to again work on some cool bass stuff and make some cool sounds and all that, and see where things take us. But if anyone has any questions along the way, or if there's something that you all would like to see, let me know, because then that gives me kind of a point of reference of a place to go. I've got some notes written down on the whiteboard. Can you all even see that? Yeah, you can see that over on the whiteboard over here. So I'll be kind of referencing some of those things. But yeah, how's everybody doing? How's life? Any plans for the holidays? Any cool stuff going on? Um, yeah, what's going on in your world? Tell me. Maybe today I'll just be Therapist day. Okay. Let's start off with a wavetable. And I think that I am going to do this and turn this on. Then I am going to right click this, go here, turn all of this off. And then I'm going to right click and save as a default. So that way this is already ready to go. Let's make a table. Maybe we can make some kind of amalgamation of this, which should be a nice mix. What are you doing? Should be a nice mix of a saw wave and a other thing, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. Nothing much going on today. I've been working on music for a friend's game. Yeah, I've been working on that for a while, if I'm not mistaken, right? Okay, that's kind of cool, but I think that we can do better. Not for a friend's game, no. Was it something else that you were doing, perhaps? That was kind of in that world? Maybe not for a friend, but were you working on a game track for somebody else or something? Kind of curious, how does a person even get into that? Let's see if I can rotate the phase of this. See if that will do anything. It's doing like nothing. I'll kind of round that out a bit. Wait, what? Oh, that's fine. And then how are we doing here? It's kind of like that. Go. Cool. Now right here, we're gonna cut some stuff away because I want this to kind of morph. Cut some other stuff away to make that a little bit more. There we go. Ah, there we go. That looks like it's a Numicron. I've always been interested in it, but was too young really to know where to go when I first started. When you first tried starting. Oh, developing your own game. Okay. So now on this, I am going to just make a saw wave. And I am going to grab this and crossfade that. I think. Yep. There we go. Okay. And I'm just checking the level of this here. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's move on. You know, I'm thinking, and something that I could do that would definitely be a lot more convenient. Well, let's figure it out. Let's see. As opposed to just thinking about it. So what I'm thinking of here is being able to use this bandpass and mix this in here. Kind of like so. And maybe run this through the effects, but put it on this side and just see how that works out. Okay, so let's grab a filter table now. I'll save this one. Shappy. And we'll pull that back up here. You can use another one here. That sounds pretty cool. Hmm. Maybe on this one I'll move this downwards, maybe upwards. So what I'm doing now is usually I put most of this stuff on the left side, but as of now I'm trying to put it on the right so that way I can just leave the bandpass there and see what that does. The other option is I can use another filter table and just do a mix like that, but I'm going to try not to do that and see if I can get something cool on this side first, and then I'll adjust it accordingly. So what happened there? Okay. set all of that to 1, except this one. Okay, let's move this a little bit downward. Let's grab a convolution. So I think the next thing with this would be considering, again, like how I can start to think about adding physicality to it, or sorry, interactivity. Because right now it's okay, but what I would want from this is to be able to make this a playable instrument. Mariah Carey's on the radio. Oh God, you should turn that off. Okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. But I would want this to be a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more exciting. That's kind of the issue that I have. Holy cow, what's up, everybody? Um, that's kind of the issue that I have with this is I want it to be a little bit more dynamic. I suppose I can do that. So what we can do is grab this and move this on the phase of everything to kind of travel back and forth between stuff like that, and then we can map that to a macro. Kind of like so. And now we can call that random phase. Sounds good like that. Okay. So what happens if we just do that to an analog sound? Okay. So that's interesting. Why isn't that opening up? Yeah, the camera's on.
I just want a gingerbread molasses cookie. Do you want one?
Can I have the other sugar cookies that you already made so we don't waste them? Now, is that because of this? Oh, no, it's because of this. So when this is opening, this is closing. You're compromised. Thank you, Eddie. Oh, you ate one. Okay, I want this to move independently of this one. So this needs to be... Okay. Okay, is that coming from this? Is that why that's so shrieky? I think so. I like that there's noise, but like when the filter closes, I want it to close. It's interesting. So it's definitely doing stuff, but those resonances are kind of cannibalizing the rest of the sound. I think that this stuff is good for like slow phrases and all that, but it's not really hitting the way that I want it to. Sounds good though. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I guess the only thing now is something that I don't like about this is that well, that could work out. Yeah, something that isn't my favorite is that this is tied to the phase of these shapes. I like that you can fix the curves and make it consistent if you want to, but it would be nice if um yeah, it would be nice if I could get it to behave and like make the kinds of um vowels and movements that I want it to. But this is cool because it's kind of a different headspace than what I usually do. Oh, they're soft. That's really good. But yeah, as you can hear, like, whenever I'm... Well, I guess I could push it. Okay, so what happens now if I do this instead? Yeah, like some kind of weird bandpass thing. And I think that this was mapped to the second one. No. Would have to be the third then. Because if I can do this, then I can just leave the distortion on. Let's see what that sounds like. It's super resonant. I mean, that's pretty cool, but... Hey, I see what's up. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. That sounds really cool, but That's pretty wild. Wow. That's pretty fucking crazy. I do want to see if this will do anything different if we put another notch right here, though. I don't like that it does that. Yeah, some of it is cool, but it's like it's not giving me the phrases that I want. I really want it to be like a lot more whoa. Like, do you hear when it pitches up? Like, I want that to be like whoa, and that's it's close, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. It just has to do with the resonances and stuff that I'm creating. So maybe moving this upward, like this, could be helpful. What is this? Oh. F table. Random phase. LFO speed. So there really is a lot more control with this, which is kind of cool. Do you hear the I don't know what that's coming from, but sometimes I hear like a lasery sound that's on the top end. Now, the only thing that I'm trying to get this to do is at certain points, I really want this to be able to, I want to hear the pulsing of when this moves. Oh, that must be from the comb filter on this. So what happens if I put it back over this way? I want to check something real fast and see if this actually does what I hope it does. It does, okay. So that makes it seem more thick in the mids, but it also makes it uglier. So that could be... I don't know, maybe I can change the range that this floats and maybe make it a little bit more narrow. Maybe what I can do is when this is open, or like, yeah, like totally open, I can pull back on the resonance of this. Wait. Oh, okay, yeah. It needs to be open, and then I'll close it. Yeah, some pretty cool sounds though. So then if we turn this on, yeah, that's pretty sick. Actually, I'll do this here because I know that it's gonna make that do that. There we go. Okay, next piece. What happens if I turn this off? So maybe I can make the pressure adjust to the amount of FM. And maybe what I could also do is I'm just going to start with here for now. And maybe with the timbre, this goes down, this goes up. But I would still want a way to make it completely off. Whoa. Yeah, I'm thinking like if I were to play this, I guess I could do a macro on it, but hey, Skrittler. Yeah, I guess I can do a macro on this, but I think that I would want it to that's probably what I'll do. I will mod wheel this to 100%. Then I'll set the pressure to that. And set this to that. So why is this one stuck? Like, how did I get that down? Oh, it's probably just from when I played the key, because right now it's not adjusted. Crazy. So, yeah, I mean, probably just leftovers. Hey, Jeff, what's up? Cool. Yeah, I'm just messing around with like trying to make stuff like this. So that way I can really spend a lot of time trying to manipulate it. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the mod will. But I'm still getting. Hmm. Well, how about that? That's fucking cool. I still need to figure out a way for it to do stuff. If I want to do pitch bends on it.
You doing bitch bends? What?
Pitch bends. Cookie?
What do you think?
It was really good. Do you know how to make like cake frosting? You know how those other sugar cookies have that like cakey frosting with the sprinkies?
I know how to make buttercream frosting that you usually put on cakes.
What
I
is
don't know
it?
how to make that exact frosting that's on there.
Yeah, I don't know either. But it's pretty cool. Did Kilohearts ever sponsor me? No.
That's always gonna be a thing now, especially since that's how lemon do it.
Yes, their chat is watching you eat me alive.
What?
What?
I forgot. I forgot the camera was on. Mwah.
Love you.
We should charge extra for our makeout session. Mwah.
Stop giving chat ideas. And by that I mean me. They should. I don't know, maybe. I guess. The thing is like I still haven't figured out how to make this sound just as good without this stuff on the end. Jazz says, "Hey Corey." Jazz says, "Hi."
Hey.
Cause like with this, like this sounds good, but it doesn't sound nearly as good with the OTT or without the OTT. Wait, it doesn't sound nearly as good if I had the OTT turned on. You see, like it's kind of muffled. I also would like them to... Oh, they do have that. Interesting. I didn't know that they had that. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, Jazz. Oh no. Oh God, what just happened? So check this out. Instead of doing the note, I can do the pitch wheel. I can move that up a little bit. And then what I could also do is turn the random up on everything. That's interesting. But I think that at the very least, I found my I found my template anyway. So after I'm done making this, I'll break everything down, and I don't know. As I keep doing this, I'll keep wanting to modify it more. But yeah, I don't know. What do y'all think? I still, like I said, I still don't know how to make this sound just as uh interesting. Yeah, yeah. Like I'm getting ready to start utilizing this to make a new batch of presets, but I want it to be the goal of this is to make these sounds but make them usable. Make it so that way if you throw a melody down, kind of like what I've done, then you can kind of like tweak the knobs and adjust the pressure and the timbre and all that other stuff and get something that you don't necessarily have to resample, if that makes sense. You're still going to have to get in here and customize it, but this is going to be in a way that I think is a lot more like executed. I make simple basses, use simpler automation like small timbre changes. This gives people something to tweak and change the sound without making massive morphs to it. Okay, so I'm kind of on that. I'm kind of on that, if that makes sense. Um, right now, what this is mapped to, what is this? Um, oh, the wavetable. Okay, yeah. So if we play this and there's no pressure and no timbre, then it'll be very subtle. So, um, let me turn all this off. That did not turn all of that off. Okay. Control A. Why doesn't it do that? Okay, so if I play this, I just need to turn this off and turn this off. Ignore that. So with the mod wheel, I can add FM. This will change. This macro will change the wavetable position. This will give a pitch bend. And then if I apply timbre, then we'll have, I haven't done this yet with this one, but if I apply timbre or slide, um, that's what this is, then it will turn on the first filter rack, which will be something relatively simple. So I'll just have something kind of like this. Right? And then if I have the pressure, then that will turn the neuro stuff on. So if I take this off and do this with the pressure instead. So this is like 4 dimensions of movement, right? And then with this, I have this as LFOs. So you can get in here and I'll leave these open like this to be able to change the shape. And I have speed on here that we can adjust. We can close the bandpass lane. We can also turn this to where the phase is randomized. I suppose so. Well, no. I think the way to go about it would be, instead of selling the presets, or instead of selling stuff that has a preset with effects in it, I could just say, hey, here's the preset together, and then maybe sell the multipass separately or something like that. You know what I mean? Like the preset wouldn't have effects on it, but it would have like routing and wavetables and all that probably. Or I don't know. I'm kind of like in this thing where I'm just using the same wavetable for this stuff. I suppose I could. I don't know. Doesn't that feel kind of scummy though? To me, that feels scammy because either way you look at it, like all the work is within this, and I really like being able to just turn it off. And for somebody to be like, oh, I've got a little bit of extra FM routed and all that, for anybody that knows what they're doing anyways, I might as well just sell the multipass rack on its own and then be like, I don't know, if you want to pay $5 more, I don't even, yeah, I couldn't even justify that, to be honest. Kids taking rid of them and tear out presets and running them into Snap Heap or multipass. Well, that's the whole philosophy of this, right? Because even though I'm doing this in, excuse me, even though I'm doing this in phase plant, like this is meant to go on FM4 or current or something, you know? That's not really meant to stay within phase plant. As much as I love phase plant, it's designed to go into a synth that's going to be, that's just going to have better DSP. But yeah, I don't know. I think like my goal with all of this stuff, with like making neural patches and stuff, has always been about how do I keep this functional. And so far, I can say like the first issue that I solved is I think that this is going to be way more CPU efficient, so that's good. like one rack that's crazy, and then maybe one more rack that has, just a couple things on it, and no glitch generators or anything like that. Um, yeah, but I want it to sound cool for one, and two, I would like it to. I'd like somebody to not have to feel like they need to resample it. If they want to, they can, of course, but I want them to be like, oh, this is usable. As opposed to, hey, let's just do a bunch of randomized stuff and get moments of things that are cool where you could just move the LFO over and be like, that's the phrase I want. You have options, but don't think of it as scummy. More options, potential buyers is never a bad thing. It's about the value though. You know what I mean? I like options are good, but the options need to be good. They need to be something that people are going to be like, okay, I see the clear value of why I would do this versus this, because if the value isn't strong enough, then nobody's going to want to pick the other option. You know what I mean? So there needs to be something there, especially in terms of like, let's just say I'm really thinking about this as a business potential thing. It needs to be something to say, oh, well, for a little bit more money, I'm going to get this, but it's going to be way better. You know what I mean? So like the value to cost ratio, or is that, yeah, the value to cost ratio needs to be large if I want to try to like go through the trouble of selling the whole thing in the first place. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, and also I don't want people to feel left out. That's the thing too. Like I'm trying to think about some people that sell stuff, and maybe like the entry point is really cheap, but then they have some kind of fucked up marketing to where it's like if you want the whole thing, then you have to pay X amount of dollars for some bullshit. I just yeah, that's the only trouble that I have with doing that kind of stuff. The big thing is like I just want it to be a fair price no matter what. It needs to be fair for people. I mean, of course I have my idea about what I think is fair, but like what is the market going to handle, because let's face it, like faceplant is already expensive. And then for one, I need to make sure that these are a quality that people are like, this is good, or I like this, I'm interested in this. Um, and then make it at a price to be like, yeah, I feel good about this purchase and I feel like it's got value, you know. I'm not just trying to cook the same preset over and over again and sell it to people in a different package. That would be bad. Sube. That is pretty cool though. they soft?
Yes. Or the one I had was.
Oh, very soft.
I love this recipe.
Oh, good.
Some people don't like the gingerbread flavor, but I really do. So.
And some people don't like the gingerbread flavor, but
Like you.
like you,
I'm
but
not saying any names.
it's good.
The texture turned out really well, I thought.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Oh, cool.
You're welcome.
Hmm. I cannot type. Oh shit, no. Okay, so what am I doing that makes this sound? It sounds muddy, and it's also sharp in some areas.
Like me.
Muddy and sharp? Hey, you can't have one without the other. I think for this, I'm going to use an LFO table. No, never mind. Because you can just make your own shape. Hmm? It's bouncy. It's bouncer. Studio is looking nice, but thank you. I got a new addition. I don't think I like that.
I have the window open.
No, you can leave it open. If it gets cold, I'll close it, okay? Oh, you're about to leave, aren't you? You're leaving me? Why?
I love you. Do we take out later?
Yeah.
Are we gonna try out the new workout equipment?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sprint at the gym.
You're gonna go sprint at the gym?
I'm gonna make you hop on one knee.
Hop on one knee?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Oh, hop on one leg. On the one knee.
On the treadmill? Love you too, baby. Have a good time. Yeah, she's silly. Um, hmm. Bye, honey. Have a good time. Okay. Yeah, I guess this one is a little bit different because the other one was focused on like uh changing the control of like one thing and then letting the other movement come into play. But I feel like this is kind of better, I guess. What else did I do to that other patch that was pretty cool? I don't remember. Churro bait. That was the last preset that I came up with. Don't ask, I don't know. Pitch dives, neuro, simple. So that's a thing that I guess I could do as well, is like I kind of keep it to the traditional stuff. But I think what I did on here was I had movement based off of the pitch and the timbre. But what was this map to? The low pass filter and an envelope. This sounds cool. Sounds nice and phasey, but yeah, I think I like the other way better. Yeah, that was just straight up whatever. But what did I do for the simple movement? Nothing. Almost the same exact thing as I did with this. Yeah. Although, I suppose I could do that. I can move that down. So that way it's a little bit more contrasting. It's pretty cool. trying to think if maybe there's a way I could even turn this into an 808. I'm also trying to think about what I could do for the people that don't have MPE, because like all the FL Studio users might be fucked. Wait, does FL Studio have MPE now? Does every DAW have MPE? Hi Moose. Oh God. That sucks. Fuck. Oh, FL. Shame on you. Grossbeat looks fun to manipulate your audio to put through. There's also Flex from Logic, which is like the exact same thing. There's also the MPC thing. No, it's called something. Logic glitch plugin. No. What is it called? Yeah, I mean, I have a like Serato sample has stem separation as well. It would be nice to just be able to do that like on audio though. Actually, that would be really nice. It'd make sampling a lot easier. Um, does anybody remember what it's called? It's Logic. I thought it was Logic Flex or something like that. iPad Pro? Oh shit. God damn it. Flex is part of it. Let me see. Audio effects. Plugins area. Plugins area. Okay, but sends view. Oh, fuck it. I don't feel like doing that. Anyways, there's also another one for MPC. MPC Flex Flex Beat. It's almost the exact same thing. Flex Machine? Maybe. No. Logic. First party plugins. First party effects. Am I really gonna have to go through my own channel to find this? Stupid. No, I pulled the one from NPC up just now. Wow, really? Crazy. There it is. What is that called? Beat Breaker. Yeah, look. It's almost the exact same thing. It's actually really cool. I do like this a lot. But you also have Beam, which I can't pull up for reasons that I can't describe. I can't use Beam right now. Sorry. So that's another thing is how do I get this to start off at default 0 because right now it's doing that and I don't like that. Why? Why is the pressure I am curious to see how somebody could manipulate this with like the Osmos or something. I guess I can pull out the embod me array again whenever it's time to showcase these, but until that happens, then yeah. I don't know. The main thing aside from these sounding cool is I want them to be functional, and these need to be functional for people that don't have APE. So yeah, I mean, and that's the next thing too is how do I get this to sound? Hmm. Well, what happens if I do that? What happens if I go multipass, user, or favorites, and I go Alckemy titty? Ugh. And I do something to where why does it sound like that? That's why it sounds like that. Mm, yeah, those mids. Sorry. Sorry. So what does the OTT rack lack in comparison? I'm getting ready to compare right now, so we can just do that. The thing is, though, is that now that I have... Sorry, I'm thinking. Yeah, now that I have two of these up, like that's another rack that is more CPU than it should be. Well, I don't really know how much of the dynamics is going to come into play, but that's something that is something that's important to consider. Anyway, sorry to answer your question. So this is with it. Let me make this slower because I really want to emphasize a long listening phrase. So that's with this. That's without it. And then let's turn this on. Ugh, it's so different. This just brings out a clarity to it that, like, the air behind it. So if I were to just do this for now, I'll just call that titty. Titty slash. That's, yep, you're exactly right. And that's why I still hope that they add uh, some kind of thing. Although something else that I could try is to just check the relationship between where these bands are. So 80, 320, 1K, 80, 320, 1K. So these are, I forgot that when I did this, I tried to match the fuse compressor, 8K. Let's see what that sounds like. 8 to 250. That's a little better. What do you think? So I'm going to save this as the new one. I think the last one that I did was for snares. But I find myself not really doing that. Yeah, this is better. Lots of saturation and shit. But how is this on CPU? Who's got a bucket for a CPU and who wants a free preset? Because I need to know how this does. I literally just got an email today from somebody that was like, "Hey, my computer can't handle your patches," and that's not good. Although, yeah, this one kind of hits different because this is a single patch. So even though I don't have as many racks, it's still kind of important. This one still just doesn't quite have the magic, but that's okay. Yeah, that definitely has. Okay. We're going to call this one Uwu. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, so like I said, the reason why this is cool is because um it's predictable. Oh shit. And because it's more predictable, I think that's going to help in the usability aspect of it, if that makes sense. Because, if I have a bass line or whatever, now I can throw some notes down and be like, you know, and then I can just change this kind of stuff. But why does it sound like that? Oh. Yeah, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Why isn't this popping up? Oh, because that's why. Wow, that's a lot of different sounds. Um, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that this will probably be the new template. Just because it feels like natural in the way that you don't have to go very far in order to get some cool phrases, and this allows you to kind of build upon this workflow where if you can kind of create a baseline or something, then you have the option to, you know what I mean? You have the option to do whatever the fuck you want with it. And that's important to me. So, what I need to do now is I need to break this patch down. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just thinking. And what I'm thinking is I'll have bass patches and I'll most likely also have um, melodic patches as well. So that way, like, there will just be this bank of these options to choose from. Because that seems like that's what's going to be pretty sick. I don't know. Does anybody have any thoughts on this, or do y'all have any suggestions, or something that could be different, or I don't know. What? How do you feel about this? I feel pretty good about this, but I'm trying to think about like what am I not thinking of? And also, should I even I don't know, something else that I can do is like maybe I can just have this as one interactive thing and then like not have a template and just do something completely different every time. It would take me forever, but they'd be more I guess they'd be more interactive, I guess. Or should I maybe just have a template and then make variations of it? I consistency is good, but um I don't really know like what else. I guess I could make like one patch that does like a wah or something like that, but even still I think that there needs to be an interaction with a modulated interaction with the filters in order to pull off those kinds of sounds that I just made. From a more advanced standpoint, this is a dope for quick idea create. Yeah, and the other thing that's really cool about this is that like this is still an MPE standalone. Uh, I think no, it's not. I guess maybe that's why I made that. I could make an MPE standalone. Or people that don't care much prefer it as well. Well, that's the cool thing about it though, right? Is like this goes very like this goes as deep as you want it to, but you can always just turn the pressure off and then have, you know what I mean? And then I guess like you could just turn on the this other rack here that is more simple if you wanted to have movement. Then maybe what I could also do is use a bandpass here, which then maybe this is what I can do for just creating a fast neuro sound. Or maybe like I can just have this with some other kind of filter movement over it and move this to the outside. And that would give me a reason to save this as a different patch. So I can do a little bit more to this. Maybe just like be a lot more reserved on how I do that. You know, but that's fine. Yeah. And then if I want to like get more complicated with it, then okay. So that's the way to do it. That is the way. There we go. So that should cover it, because then what I could do if somebody doesn't have MPE is they can just assign it to a macro, which I don't know. Should I take up another 2 macro slots? Uh, okay. This seems overtly complicated, but actually, what I'll do is this remap. There we go. So that way it's already mapped. But the reason why I like this too is because yeah, if somebody doesn't have MPE, like an FL Studio user or whatever, then they can just modify the macros. But uh, the other thing is that it just kind of makes it easier to navigate. And that way they're not just going to have to, like, they're not going to have to figure it out for themselves, which is nice. It's nice. I still don't know what I want to do with the detune because I'm not sure if I want to leave it detuned when the complex stuff happens or if I want to keep it simple, or if I want to make it like straight on when, uh, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. I think that somebody can always go in there and change it, but I can't really think of an elegant way to um, fix that issue. And then I guess something else I could do is I can maybe fill up these other two macros with something else, like some other feature or whatever. But I don't know what I would do. Maybe sync for one. I don't know. Let's try it. Yeah, it's a bit much. So what else could I map? What else could I map? What else could I map? Could I map? I could add. I could add a pitch randomizer, but I don't think that I want to do that. Do I? I don't know. Can anybody think of anything else that they might want me to add to this? I don't want to do another rack. I'm only going to keep it to a simple and a complex one, I think. I've got a sub filter. I've got a stereo. Stereo. I could do like a harmonize or something. Like add a fifth or an octave. But how would that sound? Or I could do that and do harmonic. Yeah, let's do that. So what I'll do instead is grab a wavetable and then grab the harmonic series. And then maybe with this I can add maybe to like 40% and do harmonize. Why does it sound like that? Because I'm dumb. Hmm. I could turn this into an 808. Can I do that? Will that let me enter that? Yes. Oh my god. That is so funny. I'm keeping it. I don't even care. That's really funny. Mm,
Recording to logbook.
yo, thank you. Ethylamide? Ethylamide? I think. Yeah, I'm starting a new one. was like, what? Man, there are so many sounds in this. Oh my gosh. But I think that this is the way to go because there's just so much. And maybe what I can do for a different one is alternate. So, um, I'm thinking like maybe one I can do something that harmonizes with itself. And then I can do another one that's like just like rhythm FM or something. But there's like ultimate control with this. There is so much, but the question is this going to be usable to people? Is it going to be usable to me? You know? Definitely a lot of cool shit in this though. So, yeah. Does anyone have any questions about anything? I think the next piece of what I'm going to do is yeah, how crazy is this? Um I need someone to test this out on a not as good computer, but it should be more CPU efficient theoretically. Maybe. Okay, let's unpack this. So what I'm going to do now is um go to evolving or simple morph default. Oh, that's fine. Fine, fine, fine. Ooh. Fine, 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 fine. Ooh. Consider a lot of details from the sound itself to resource consumption. That's the experience. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's nice having a really beefy computer, but not everybody's going to have that. And if not everyone has that, the problem that, the problem that I'm going to run into is that no one's going to buy it because you know? uh, because it's not going to be good or because it won't be usable. So I think what I can do is maintain most of this stuff, but just clear the effects other than the transient shaper. Yeah, and just build this stuff from scratch every time. Um, and maybe have different stuff on here, but I'll keep these three. So one, two, uh, maybe just these two, to be honest. It's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't mind doing this stuff from scratch. Not usually, anyway. But what I do, yeah. What I do want to maintain is having this have movement on it. I'm going to move this over to this side. And then being able to randomize the phase of this is important. And then also the pitch wheel is going to dictate the speed of all this stuff. So if I pitch stuff up, it's going to randomize that, which is nice. And then if I don't, or if I just want it to be random anyways, then I can do that to make it kind of mess around. And then I can keep the audio follower, and then the last LFO, that's right. Um, I'll keep these two here. Then I want these to be open. I'll move this over to this side. Make a group. Um, call that utility. Shapers. Um, special mods. And then now that's mapped. So that's all ready to go. And then what I could also do is just turn this off, or turn those two off. So that way it's essentially a new starting point. So we can call this, I think I already know what I want to call this new pack, but we'll call it the Ecclesia template. You know, and this one I might just have something that maintains an LFO speed, to be honest. Or maybe I'll just make a modification to it. Because, yeah, maybe I'll just do that to where I can just bloop. Bloop. Hey, Oro, how are you? No, Corey and I are just gonna spend some time together, and I got her some gifts, and so she'll open them, and hopefully she'll like them. I'm probably just gonna chill. Yeah, I know it's been a while. It's been a while. I haven't felt pretty in a while. uh, oh, thank you. It's about how you feel, though, you know. Maybe that will do it. Hopefully. Can you all still hear me? Maybe. Testing. Yeah, 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 okay. Um, so I guess what I could do with this is to clear that. That's clear. That's clear. 808 thing is there. Simple waveform. And then maybe I can just change that if I want it to be different. But yeah, we can save this as the Ecclesia template. And then we can save it in there. And then all the new wavetables that I've made and stuff, I can save that in that folder as well. So, cool. Something else that I can do. User. Fold back. Penitence. Penitent one. I guess I'll have to save it the next time I make a wavetable. So, yeah. Okay, let's do something totally different now. Oh, really? Which one? Oh, Tio, sorry. Your thing is covered by a heart in chat. A cord? No. Did I ever talk about that? I think to Venus theory. I think someone else mentioned a Korg to me. I think. Oh, I was talking about no. I was talking about an iridium. But no, I'm not gonna buy one. I don't think that's what I wanted to do. I think I wanted to do this one. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm thinking right. Yeah, I suppose you're right, huh? I could build a modular thing, but I don't want to do that. That's really cool. So I think something that I'm going to do, so I'm going to duplicate this and move this over here and treat these separately because what could be cool, just as a combination for that particular sound would be like if I did this, but then I brought the sustain of this up just a little bit. Wow. That's fucking cool. That's nice, man. That's fucking sick. I really want this to sound like way bigger though. Definitely wanting some vibrato now, so Wait, does this also control? Oh shit. Oops. That's supposed to be this thing. Ew. There we go. Oh, oops. Yeah, it's kind of the point is to have something like this that can kind of do the same thing. This will be independent, but we can make this a fifth. Like 50%. Sorry. Yep, that's pretty badass. Pretty sweet. Does anybody else have any questions about anything? Yeah, that's pretty sick. Um, hey, Lon. This is really hard to play on a QWERTY keyboard. Hmm. Man, making patches like this is fucking sick. It's all for ambient stuff, but it's really cool. have to distort the shit out of that to make that do what I want it to. Jesus, dude. Cool. That was dope. Did I? No, I didn't. I'm gonna go back to 10 on this one. Hey, Davey, what's up? How do I do this again? Oh, why didn't I do that in the first place? Why isn't that? I'm hitting the random button. Oh, because I have to do that. Okay. How do I don't remember how to bring this step back down. Oh, that transposes everything. There's also a way to view. I don't remember how to do that. I forgot that this has a built-in arpeggiator on it, which is pretty cool. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I did something. I don't want it to roll. Oh, that's what I did. I'm fucking with Oxy 1, so I'm trying to remember how to do some shit on this that I'm unfamiliar with. Now, if I remember correctly, there's also poly, multi-track, stochastic, matricial. We can do chord mode. I like that. That's nice. I did like 2 minutes ago. Oh, you mean like a different ARP? How do I do, like, there's a way to change the chords. Oh, these are different chords. There's still a way to change it, though. Sorry. um. No. There was a way to, yeah, there was a way to modify these chords. Step chord, 1. No, and I'm just trying to remember how to navigate this shit. Because there's a bunch of chords in here that I don't remember how to fuck with. MIDI, analog, workflow, performance, no. Shift, chord, shift, chord, shift, chord, chord, shift. That would be JU, JU. Initial times 2, make that half. You could double it. I'm gonna have to reteach myself how to use the more intricate shit from this. Bad jujuke. Alright, you might as well just quit while you're ahead. Is there a way that I can change the octave? Nope. Oh, there we go. Keyboard. What's up, Zan? How are you? I'm doing okay. How are you? What's going on? I just asked that. What'd you think of it? Yeah, he turned out to be super cool. Yeah, everybody say hi to Zane. Ziggity Zane. Um, Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth in between stuff. I'm just kind of having fun doing that kind of stuff. Got to hit that one. Nope, nope, no. What happened? So, Zane, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. I just designed this patch and I wanted your thoughts on it. I've been thinking about uh, bass design and I came up with this idea that should make laying stuff out like extremely simple without resampling, if at all possible. And what's kind of cool about it is I've kind of made it in such a way that, especially if you use it within the context of Bitwig and Ableton, you can kind of like lay stuff down by manipulating the MPE and get something that is extremely usable. Well, it should be, anyways. And part of that is just from trying to do better design, but I'm curious as to what you think about this or if you have any ideas for it. But what I've done is, let me find this patch. I've mapped two macros. Oh, sorry, yeah, I've mapped MPE and pressure to a complex waveform thing and then a simple waveform thing that has control over something that will give you more predictable results or could also give you something that can randomize and stuff. And so what I thought was pretty cool about it was that it's not so like you're never going to hear the same thing twice. But if we kind of set everything on here to where, sorry, I kind of already did this, but if we pull it all this way and then we go to this, we pull it all this way, there's that super cool feature that when you start manipulating these things, you're going to get vastly different results. So it's almost like a MIDI version of what you and Chi used to do with using the sample offset in a sampler. So if we have something stupid like this, what's really cool about this is I can start to change the timbre of this. So that way it's a little bit more predictable, but I've also left in stuff to where like you can just turn this on if you want to and all that, and then you can change the wavetable via modulating macros. This will introduce FM. Now, this is always going to do the same pattern, but what I thought was kind of cool was that the movement and stuff and the way that the filter comes in will be at different places. But once it's set, it's set. And then what you can do is just change the LFO pattern on here to get this to give you different timbres and all that. There's like an extremely deep level of customization on this, but it's also not so, you don't have to take it there. And it's also relatively CPU friendly. It's more of the setup that's complex. And then what's also cool is if you play a higher note, it will still maintain the same speed. But if you mess with the pitch bend, then it will actually give you the randomization of the movement. So so if you're trying to do fills and stuff, then you can still kind of get that random movement that you'd be looking for. And then I've got an 808 macro on here. Which we can also add a harmonic. That's what I'm trying to do without having to, like, you know, go through the trouble of, yeah, basically doing that. And so I could just pull something up here and make that usable. And this is the first, like, this is the prototype, but so there's that, but it also gets better too. For one, if we pull back off of this, excuse me, let me go back to this. There's a wavetable that we can modify with growls and stuff. And then if I use the simple on this, then what this will do is it will just give you like a very basic movement with like no crazy filtering. Just something that is like and then you can modify the depth of the FM. And so the pressure is mapped to the complex, and then the timbre is mapped to the simple. So that way you're going to get stuff that should be both dirty and something that's relatively clean. And then you can stereoize it. Yeah, bandpass thing. And then you also have a harmonizer if you want it to be like more of a mid-ranger. The only thing with this is that for some reason with this patch, if I have this on, it won't completely turn this off, and that's kind of annoying. I wonder if that's a Bitwig bug. So but yeah, I think that like just the sheer amount of sounds that you can get out of this are really cool. Yeah. There's a bandpass control on this, so if you want it to be completely open, you can do that. I think that leaving it a little bit open should be... In fact, let me do like that much and then save that, so that way it's not completely closed. Yeah, like that's, I think that people that are making dubstep and all that will really appreciate that. But as you can tell, like there's just... Yeah, it can get a little crunchy if you have all that going on, but I guess what I was thinking about is like, I'm trying to think about it from a keyboard perspective. Having a mod wheel and a mod wheel, a pitch wheel, and then maybe like just a couple of macros on here to be able to work with that. But I don't know, is there anything that I'm missing? Or is there anything that like... I think that the problem that I had, and I talked with Zayaku about this, was that I was having a hard time making phrases and stuff out of the bass movement that actually seemed like it was going to fit. And I think that this is kind of a healthy balance of randomization and like immense control to be able to make a bass line just by writing notes and then letting the computer do the rest of the work. But I want the bass to make it seem like it's going to be expressed as if I were playing a guitar. Like I want it to have accents. I want it to have different pieces of movement and stuff that will give it life. I think that's the most important thing, is I want this to make it, like if this is going to be played on as a bass line, I want this preset itself to make it seem like it's alive enough, if that makes sense. And yeah, I think that I'm just trying to instrumentalize whatever kind of bass design you want to call this. And it's kind of unfortunate that this is in the means of Faceplant, because this would be an absolute pain in the ass to do in any other synth. It's been a pain in the ass to design for this. I've been working on this patch all day, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with like sound design lately, is, you know, I'm doing it with this, and then I've also started thinking about how I could do that with sorry, not that. What is this? Oh no, did I? Oh, and then with stuff like this. Right, absolutely. I get that. and you know that. I get that. But I guess what I'm saying is I do think that it should take a lot of the busy work out of having to go back and either fish for cuts or to go and be like, I'm just going to start with this sound. Now I'm going to go and automate each thing like by hand, like each parameter. So this filter, this distortion amount, this whatever, and really try to streamline that process for people as much as possible. Because I know that even for people like you, like myself, like I want to tweak things, hence why this patch exists. Um, but yeah, just trying to design something that gets us one step closer to being like, I have this idea in my head and I just want to write the notes for it. I want to write the phrasing or the placement, and then just poof, it works. I don't think that that's quite possible, but I think that we could maybe get closer. Yeah, quick lining sound design. I haven't really forgotten, about all the things that you and I have been talking about of, just make stuff and blah, blah, blah. But I think that part of it is having the right prep and maintaining a sense of versatility, I think is also really important. Um, yeah, exactly. And it doesn't hit as hard when you have a template like this, not like this, but you have a template like this, and then like for changing stuff out or whatever, then you can just hot swap, which is how all that stuff was supposed to be designed in general. But now I think that this is more of an execution based preset as opposed to look how cool I can get random shit and instant inspiration. And rather, this is more of like, hey, if you want to have like, if you want it to do the same thing every time, then you can do that. Or if you want it to have diversity within the phrasing and not just have it be the same, bomb, 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 it could be like bomb, wop, do, boom. That creates a more interesting phrase to me. Yeah. Like even thinking about that, I think that's a good point that I just mentioned of like if you're hitting a bass guitar, right? All of those little do like finding a way to create that, but within like bass phrasing on this, I think is a really cool thing to entertain. Um, I don't know. I think that just like how we talk about how no snare is ever hit the same, I think that all instruments kind of have that same. I guess a piano would be an exception to that, but yeah, for the most part, if you want something to sound like it's alive, it has to have at least a little bit of change to it, at least a little bit of a variable. So I don't know. Anyways, I wanted to show you that, but I was also thinking that if you have any ideas for how I could kind of take this even further, I would love to know. Um, yeah, because I just wanted to do cool stuff. I think that 808 wasn't working because I had the timbre on. Why was it doing it? That's included. There's an LFO speed on here. That will add the rhythm changes. Why is it like that though? Modulation that shifts automation. Modulation that shifts automation. What do you mean by that? There we go. Okay, yeah, this was on. So but different LFO shapes. Yeah, you're talking about the movement, right? Yeah, that's that's mostly what I did here. Like if there's a certain LFO cycle, the modulation moves starting point of it, essentially a different rhythm. Maybe I can include like a phase offset or something then. These two are the same. This one's different, but for the most part, that's what this is designed for, is to kind of be your own, to be your own shape maker, I guess. Let me turn the random off. But yeah, I suppose you could rotate the phase of all this stuff. Like this could go up, this could go down, this could go up, this could go down. It's a good idea. This one only has one LFO, and I don't really see a reason to do something different. It's supposed to be the same, but yeah, it's a great idea, dude. Thank you. This is stuck. Please get unstuck. Let me go back to a. Yeah, that's super cool. And that's kind of what I like about this too, right? Is that there's like this aspect of consistency that you can make it random if you want to, but it doesn't have to be. It could just be, you know what I'm saying? Like um it's kind of up to you, but everything is set up to move in a way that should respond exactly how you want it to if you have the imagination for it without the setup. The only thing that you have to change is the shape of the phrase with this stuff. This one is probably the most important one because that's what's controlling the bandpass. So oops. A gator? Like a rhythmic gator? Yeah, I could do that. I think all we would have to do on that is go LFO, open this up. The only thing with this though is, yeah, never mind. I have the space for it. I think that would be more so if, yeah, that's a really cool idea. I'm glad I asked you. And so what we can do is go like this and grab a gain, grab a percent, hit that to 0. Then we set this to 100. Oh, sorry, 50. And then this will go up. Then this will go down to minus 100. So now, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, hold up, hold up. And then what we can do is we can dictate the speed by this being like 30. Let's go 64. Maybe 48. 32 perhaps. Yeah. And then we can just pull this all the way down to, I think like 8 maybe? Yeah, that was a great idea. So yeah, so now what you can do is you can just turn this off if you want to, and then that'll play. I kind of like it better at 8 if it hits max. But yeah, so now you can just change this if you want to whatever shape you want to do, you know? And because this is something like this, then, you know, you can do something like this or whatever. True, yeah. I can make something simple. Yeah, that's so cool. Great suggestion, guys. Thank you. Sick. Yeah, sorry, I could fuck with that all day. But yeah, that was really cool. I'm definitely gonna add that to the template, because I kind of already set this thing up in this other one where I saved that, but that's really fucking cool. Thank you. I appreciate that from both of you. If you have any other suggestions, please toss them my way, because if you can think of it, then, well, as long as it's reasonable, I could probably pull it off. At least anything like you all. Did your computer take a dump, or what's up with your computer? So let's go ahead and add that gate to this. Yeah, so this is the template that I've made, and that way it's just a little bit easier to, let's do new group. Let's go mods. Just consider rhythm and movement as a single thing. Yeah, yeah. I got you. I got you. Go 8/16. Wait. 32. Down to 8. Go here. Bring that up. Sure. And then we need a... Oh god, that scared the shit out of me. A gain. Percent. Turn that down. Close this. Open this up to... You can't deal with streaming anymore? Did your Mac just take a dump? Gate. Gate speed. What just happened? Oh, I was like, what? Okay. Yeah, what's up? Could I throw in an audio in the LFO wavetable and have it make something? Yeah. Wait, are you asking me to do that right now, or are you asking if that's possible? Oh, I see. Yeah, we need to get you a new computer. Yeah. Because it's all the same, what would happen though is that it would just become a wavetable. So if you go LFO table and you import a sample, so you go File, Create from Sample. Let me find something. Yeah, sure. It's arriving in a month. Oh, I'm glad that you at least have one. Then you can kind of select your range, which you need to do a combination of both this. There you go. We just want to take that, whatever that is. And then you can cycle through this range, or you can have it set. This is kind of a stable waveform, so it's not really the most interesting. But it essentially will, if you create a wavetable here, this will also translate as a wavetable. I'm going to do just a touch of this just to make it a little bit different. And then I'll keyframe it over here and make that a little bit more. There we go. So let's do that. Boom. There we go. So now we've got a more complex waveform that still kind of jittery, but I suppose something that would be worth doing is just taking the last frame like this and going like that and doing something. And then going done, and then taking this range like this and crossfading the end. You don't want to do the whole thing, but you want to go something kind of like that, except, oh God, I did the wrong one. There we go. Okay, something weird like that. And then you go done, and then now you can crossfade this range here. So that way it'll fade into this and not mess with the other stuff. Because sometimes the edge of the waveform can be kind of silly, but if you save this and you go save wah, right, and you've got this wah will also be a thing on this. So if we go here to user and we go wah, I feel like I'm telling you something you already know. I'm sorry. It would be cool to have it in 2D like the LFO. Oh, I see. So the problem, okay, I think I get what you mean. I think the issue with it though is that it can only take like like this much of audio. So it cuts it it cuts it into really, really small bits. So if you were to upload a drum loop into it, then it probably would only take like, because here's a drum loop and here's the whole thing, which if you look at this actually is taking the entire thing. Holy shit. Wow. That's really fucking smart. I didn't think that it would do that, but here we are. Dang. Can't use the wave for node points. Well, if we place this as a wavetable LFO on this and we pull this up, I'm sure there's some kind of manipulation that you can do with this. If you set this to play at the BPM that this was originally set at, you set this to free, you set this to 0, and you create a mid-phase point, then what you might be able to do, maybe this would need to be at the beginning of the phase point, actually. But it'll bounce. And so what you would do instead is you would grab another LFO like this and set this to the same. I think that this is like two bar. I think it's like 16 bars, but whatever. And you have that repeat. That's a lot of cycles. And look at that. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm sure there's something useful for this. I don't know, like what were you thinking that you could add this to, if anything? You can also detract from the smooth, so that way it's really fucked up. I think we'd probably want to do that. How many bars is this? I actually sent this to Monkey Rascal. I hope he does something with it. Try volume. I think that's like 8 bars. Seems legit. Okay. So if we go volume, and that's chilling at the middle. So I guess something that you could do is, this is fun. Oh God. Place this in here. And then interesting. Make it bipolar. Do you mean like rectify it? Oh no, you meant this. That was a really smart idea, dude. Um, it's actually a cool way to just throw something down and see if that works. Gonna make some stereo and work before passing out. Yeah, dude. Do you want me to send you this patch? Like, is this something that you want to elaborate on? Yeah, thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, sure. Why isn't this? What is this doing? Do you want to send it to me on Discord? Did were you there when I played my remix for Luke by chance? There we go. It's actually got some melody to it. Okay. Yeah, stick around for just a second, and I'll play you that remix that I did. Yeah, I didn't want to say anything about the mix because I know that you're still working on it, but just as a means of listenability right now, I think that it's somewhere probably around like 7 to 10K. That's a little sharp. I think the mix is good otherwise though. But yeah, dude, that was fucking awesome. So what's funny about this is that you were doing kind of like a metal mix, and then Aiden was working on some kind of I think he was like doing some kind of like Linkin Park remake or whatever. And then while we were kind of all sitting there figuring this shit out, I finally did this new metal remix that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm actually happy with. Um, yeah, if you can stick around for a few minutes, I'll play this for you, and then you feel free to bounce. But I have the feeling that you'll like this, so um, yeah, and feel free to tell me how shit my mix is, because it's gonna be bad. Maybe if this loads. God. Okay. What is that? That's not supposed to be in there. Oh, it's my... oh, shit. Okay. The Oxy one was playing the hats. Yeah, thank you. Probably, I think that it runs on a little too long, but you know, then again, for her and that song that she made, it was pretty long as well. So I wanted to kind of have something that, you know, I don't know. You know me, I like to make really short tracks, but this one's kind of a little bit more of a narrative, I guess. And the only thing that I could say that still probably needs some work, because it's just the arrangement that I finished, is I want to go back and like refine the rhythms of some of this stuff. I like it, but I think that it's too difficult for people to follow, for most people to follow. And then the mix is just absolute dog shit, but that's not my forte. So yeah, dude, thank you for listening. I appreciate it. It was cool to trade, like I guess that style of track with you. I'm curious. Oh no, I already sent this to Aiden and he took a listen to it. But yeah. On that note, I think everybody's leaving. Does anyone have any questions about anything? How long have I been live? I've been live a very long time, like 5 hours. Do you have any questions? More the vocals and the breakdown, like when the melody comes in and like I'm doing the build up, or do you mean like uh, do you mean in the second section? Oh, okay. That's actually her stem, but I think that I got close to the MIDI because I did the piano. I just tried to like play by ear what she had, but that do 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 do, that's actually her music. But yeah, I do agree. I do think that's super thin. Um, so maybe what I can do, I don't know. If I can't get the melody for it, where is that? Yeah, if I can't get the melody for it, then I can at least like stack it with itself and then like maybe do like a pitch shifter or something and figure out some way to make that larger. Where is this? Oh my God. There it is. Yeah, but that do do do. Yeah, that's her. She wrote that. I think I tried that. Chorus and saturate, the build up. I suppose I could do just the mid side. Miscellaneous. Wait, what did I just do? Make one detune. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. So to flange it pretty much. So if you do that, then I guess if the warp mode is correct, then it should flange just like by like 6 cents or something like that. That's interesting. Maybe complex. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to work on that, but I'll probably have to add some kind of saturation or something. And like I said, I think that I I I think the chords are correct with what I tried to write out with the piano. So um I can just copy that and just leave it as sustained notes of just do 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 and not have all the little stuff in between. But yeah, thank you for that. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm pretty cooked too, guys. So I think I'm gonna go as well. I hope that you all had fun. If you can do me a favor and like the video, if you all can go find Zane on SoundCloud, then that would be sick. SoundCloud / Zane Wolf, and hit him up. He does lessons and stuff too. Believe it or not, he's actually taught me a lot of shit. There's a lot to believe. So much love. Good to see you all. Thanks, ISO. Thanks, Davey. Thanks, Gloom. Aro came in. Who else came in? What other of my regulars came in? Jazz came in. Numacron. Lawn. Lawn and Numacron. Moose. Gloom. I already said you. Aaron. He popped in. Skirtler. And Naomi. Much love, guys. I will see you all later. Dude, I bring your name up all the time. Name one thing. You spent like 2 hours talking with me about chords. We talked about rhythm. We talked about contrast. We talked about how to make drums work by making them extremely short. We both learned something today from the phase plant stuff. We talked about getting over creative hurdles. We talked about, oh my God, dude, like just go watch our interview. Like how much shit did we talk about there? Actually, both of them, because you've been on the channel twice now. Actually, you've been on the channel a lot, but we only have 2 official interviews. One with you and then one with Aiden and you. But yeah, like there's a lot of things. I don't even think that's everything. I think there's more. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. Talked about arrangement stuff. Oh, one big thing, one huge thing that we talked about was making a wall of sound within sound design. That was a big one for me. When we talked about like the Doom compressor stuff and how to do it with the delays and all that shit, that was a huge one for me. You're over here, so this is where chat is. So that's why I'm looking at you. Yeah, there's so much that I've learned just from your circle. So take that. And on that note, I'm gonna go play some Call of Duty. Much love, guys. Actually, I'm gonna go work out on that, and then I'm gonna go play some Call of Duty. But much love, guys. I will see you later. Have an awesome rest of your weekend. And thank you so much for everything. Happy holidays if I don't see you in between then. Call your loved ones. Tell them you love them if you are close with them and have a good relationship. And yeah, Zane, I'll probably see you on the Discord or something. See you, Davey. Thanks for coming in. I know that you couldn't sleep. You chose to kick it with me. I appreciate that. Bye, everybody.